left. I think the high score right now is maybe 180. We don't want to see one thing, but it's pretty safe to say that I definitely now keep making this fair. That one pair that broke down nice. Everyone wants to find that. It's everywhere the same way. Pretty much everywhere. So sometimes you have to the pair of my Ybowl center. I think 15, 16. I just had a lot of good success with it, but a lot of it. I just can't figure it out still. Good. Yeah. Seems like the higher rate is tougher right today. It's all based on that. So today we have 90. Usually there it'll go down to 150. Yeah, you get to come up to the YBT program Saturday. Great to come out. Great. 5 minutes. But I just converted, and I wanted to do it.
Like it's an extra goal out of like 4 years old and every day pretty much the same concept as here. Again, like the addition of the pretty cool idea. Got a lot of dream boards there. You got, like you said, you lost money. Brands, it's a great opportunity.
Yeah, right.
It seems like so Walmart's like they can't. I'm asking somebody next week or next year. So that's like together.
I still talk to a lot of friends. Their culture.
Makes a trip to run offline. See people like you earlier, so it's a good way of bowling. It's friendship type of right ball. I don't really like to get married, but I like to get this right. Years and I've been together with that. Probably over 30. Myself and both, went down the box this year on. I believe it was 71 bowling almost the country. Back in 2003, she won the World Cup. 14 seconds.
I see you're just finishing up game 1 year. You didn't have a 259 on the 7th. And the next highest score on 191. Scoring pace has started a little low. Hopefully game 2 will maybe see
that money's right down. I just look at my left here, the highest in my IC is 211. Other than that, makes it definitely low. Let's hope that goes right next to the juniors and see some bigger numbers coming up.
Yeah, I'm able to be down 30% on our life. Yeah. Well, next over there, please.
Going good?
Next is
even though it's kind of good, it's still recording, right? Yeah. It's going up right there. Yeah, no, this is pretty good. I was fighting myself. Everything's good. It's a guy who's great.
now that I'm older, I appreciate it. Like, yeah, like why you you might have some positive, but there's always two negatives, and that's the part that you can be negative like later on. Positive things. That was very good. I really do. I think it's amazing. You guys gotta be like you guys gotta be no matter how many times you do it, it's worth twice to there's a guy in Broken. He's doing the exact same thing. He's trying to do something. I'm trying to remember. It's Ybowl or something. I'll think you're invested. He's trying to do the exact same concept. That's like all this. November, end of November, he's not coming back until January. You guys should talk. Yeah, we got to start here. We're fighting at 250. Yeah, 100%. We just had we don't always
Yeah, that was
now you try on you try getting I know you'll be a little bit older, but how cool would that be? The Olympics But if you were taking the campus games, or
very important to that. Like you said, it wasn't a great game. Going back this year, going back this
there's a lot of them. What are your thoughts? If you were to start moving today, how do you start off personally, my lifetime, have
I heard they get a blue line on me. I guess I'll use 2 games at that time. Just every 2 months, like game every
What's the
Must be, yeah. His dad was
yeah, he held the record like
20 Nice to hear them.
Right? Hi, we are back here. Starting game 3 here I'm Zach Wilkins and you get Ray for Bank. Welcome, Ray.
Thanks for having me.
So for all of our viewers, if you guys don't know Ray, he is a Team Canada member, probably 10 times, 12 times. A lot of teams. He's been on the team a lot.
It's 10 if you include the senior teams.
Tell us a little bit about yourself and what you do and maybe past youth experiences.
Well, there's not a whole lot of youth experience. I was a late bloomer. So, I started about 40 years ago in the juniors, just like most of us have. We didn't really have a lot of experience back then. We had the provincials and the steps, that sort of thing. That was about it. So the YBT tournaments they have now, awesome opportunities. And then just went all over the years, made my first national team in my late 20s, and been bowling at a decent level ever since, making teams here and there. And the last 3 years now being on the senior team as well, so that's been a whole new fun experience as well. It's kind of weird saying senior, but it's been fun.
Pulling is pretty familiar. I've been out of it for maybe 5 years, but the YBT when I first started bowling was what really got me into it. A lot of great people, made a lot of good friends, and basically family.
Absolutely, yeah. You develop friendships with so many people. You're not just friends for a little bit, you're friends for life generally. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm sure you've had the opportunity all around the world.
Yeah.
So I'm sure you've met a lot of cool people and are probably still friends with a lot of cool people around the world.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been, I get teased a lot about the amount of friends on Facebook. It's a lot of, other parts of the world, a lot of countries, and all people I've met from bowling, really.
Yeah, you can here, but if you want to add him on Facebook, Ray for Bank, he's on Facebook. So we do have a 36-year pattern here. It's called Los Angeles. You were watching the guy who went 289, 279. When you sit down at the door, I know up here it's a lot tighter. I briefly went down there.
Yeah, it looks like the low end has a little more friction on the outside of the lane. Obviously, with the shorter pattern, nobody's really trying to play the center part of the lane, and some of the younger kids don't hit the ball and throw pretty straight. Obviously, they're creating a lot of push down for some of the players. I think as more of the right-handers are trying to migrate into better players, there's looks like there's a lot of holes there now, and they're having trouble. Some of them are having trouble carrying corners and getting a good ball reaction at the back part of the line. But the lefties have found a couple of them have been. There's another one who's I'm not sure what his total is, but he's definitely on the plus side. And they're both doing the same thing. They're basically playing five to the gutter, and if they pump one using their urethane, it's reacting and recovering really well, and opening up so they're hitting the pocket dead flush, and you got great reaction.
That's good. You've been around bowling, you know, a long time. You're doing a little bit more coaching nowadays. Talk about a little bit about
Yeah,
that.
I come out actually here in Splitsville a couple months ago, and Ty Rose, the head coach, he ran basically a level 2 clinic over the weekend. So obviously I've had no levels other than the basic level 1 sort of thing, and so it was really interesting. It's definitely a whole new little world, and we always thought you don't just throw your own shot when you're competing, you're throwing everybody's shot, and it's so true. There's Ybollers I've been just starting to work with now at leisure, and they're great kids and very receptive, but I find that I'm throwing every shot at the same time. So there's sometimes in the back of my mind I'm thinking, oh man, that was not a good shot. What are you thinking? But then sometimes they throw just an awesome shot and just kind of puts a smile on your face, and it's fun to watch.
Same thing with even drilling customers bowl ball
Yeah.
kind of deal. I remember doing some stuff in New York in a year, and I had a lot of people asking me if they actually shot my highest game because, you know, it just makes you feel, you know, so much better about, like,
Absolutely.
you're helping
You're
this
helping them
person
out,
out.
yeah, for sure. And even nowadays, it's not even just the kids too, right? It's even some of the older bowlers who've been around and are trying to learn the game more and be better at it. Because I find a lot of people are generally competitive and they want to get better at it. They devote a lot of time to it, so it's always fun to help out any level of bowler.
Oh, for
Yeah.
sure. We have our first question on Facebook. So it's asked by Daniel Marcilla. Here's a question. Should PBA members around the world, men or women, be eligible to bowl for their countries? Why or why not? That's a pretty good question. I'll let Ray answer that one first.
I, I'd say I've never really been asked this question before. Do I personally have a problem with it? No. It tends to be the way that most of the modern day sports are going now, especially the Olympics. You see professional hockey players, basketball players, not so much baseball. That's like the only sport really
Yeah.
that doesn't do it. But I don't mind it. I actually like it because first off, if you want to beat somebody, who better to beat than a pro bowler? You're beating the best in the world. So I don't see a problem. If you're competitive at what you do and you want to be the best, you got to beat the best.
Yeah, I couldn't
Yeah.
agree more. You're sending your country to go compete against other countries. You want the best of the best to be there. You want your country to come home with that gold medal.
Yep.
You want basically the best athletes in that individual sport to go out there and earn that medal for your country. So, Daniel, it's safe to say that I would love PBA bowlers for our country to compete in a game to follow. I believe for our country. Anything else on
Yeah,
that?
and just to add to that, I was in Abu Dhabi basically a year ago for the World Championships.
Yep.
Dan was there, won the gold medal in the singles event,
I believe
and
he beat Tom Jones, who is
in
another
the semifinals, yeah, he did.
PBA
Another
member.
PBA member, and you look at the guys Dan beat. Like Tommy was on that team, Chris Barnes. Uh, can't recall off the top of my head exactly who's all there, but I mean he beat the best in the world, and that's just an awesome thing to say. You won a gold medal after beating the best players in the world. So absolutely, I agree with that for sure.
If you have any other questions, post them on our Facebook page at Ybowl Canada, or my own page, or on Twitter at Ybowl Canada, hashtag Ybowl. always show that. They put in hours upon hours.
It's all the behind the scenes stuff that people don't see. But the one good thing, I think a lot of people who come out to these, especially the parents of all the kids, they see what's going on, they see the people running it, they know how much work your mom has done for this, and I can't stress enough. She does a great job, and it's just wonderful to see somebody do so much for Tension Bowling. And I just,
Well, especially for our kids.
oh, absolutely, yep, for sure.
These here are the future of our sport. That's what it boils down to. What's really cool about our sport is that we're the only sport in the world that competes for scholarships. We don't compete for, there are, yeah. So, instead of the trophies and, if you're first place, the scholarship goes towards your post-secondary. So if you want to go to school, you have money to, help out for tuition, your books. Because, I went to university and it's expensive.
Sure, absolutely. Urbana, right?
Yes. Yeah, my bowler still attends Urbana University. Not brand new, downstairs. But now we have college bowling in Canada. First ever. How do you feel about that?
I love it. I think it's great. Like, it's great what your mom did. With any luck, it'll spread to some other colleges and universities in the area. Because obviously, the way to make Ybowl better is more competition.
100%.
So that would be awesome if it could spread around.
Now, I'm not sure when you were going to school, did they have college bowling back then? When after you finished high school?
They did, but it was obviously just in the U.S. and
that's just not your.
At the time, no.
Yeah.
We had other things. No, I know for myself, I ended up going to college. I went to Durham, now YT. There was no such thing as any sort of bowling programs or anything back then. It was just something you did on the side.
You just bowled your Saturday youth league.
Morning, and well, by that time I was already, because we didn't have the opportunities like you do nowadays in the youth. I actually left the youth when I was 17 and started bowling in the men's leagues at that point already. So
was it tough to adapt from youth leagues to adult leagues, or did you really feel no change?
It took a while. I think like anything, it's a step up. You learn. There's nothing better than experience a lot of the time, and provided you go into it knowing that it's not going to be easy, it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
And it's so hard to maintain a positive attitude sometimes. I mean, I know when I was younger, I used to have I had a terrible attitude at points, but the main thing is to learn from it. Learn from it. Understand that, you're not always going to come out and kick everyone's butt every day. It just doesn't happen. But this sport. So it's just, learn from it. Always learn. Take something away, whether you bowl good or bad. Try to make sure you always learn something from it.
That's great advice. There are many times where myself, I've been bowling, and that little bit of panic sets in, and then you lose your focus, and then you're not lined up, and then next thing you know, you're frustrated.
Yeah, and you just don't execute, and you really got to stay within yourself. And sometimes it's just really hard in other situations, but you learn from it. You learn and accept and move on. And hopefully, it makes you, what doesn't kill you makes you better.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Gotcha. Wow.
Oh.
That was a nasty break. Nice.
That was an
5-7
awful break.
I'm going to say he makes it.
I wouldn't be surprised. It's he's playing the way the short pattern is. The angle helps.
It definitely looks like though that these pairs now, they are starting to break down a little bit.
Definitely seeing some more striking in these pairs.
From game 1 to now, there's definitely a little bit more hook at the gutter. I feel a lot of people are playing it the right way, so gave it a good run.
Good try.
That was pretty close.
Good try.
But you can see there's definitely more strike speed down here than there were earlier.
Yeah, the key I find just watching them going back and forth down the lanes. Big thing is everybody loves practicing their strikes. I find it's just a lot of bad spare shooting right now with the kids. They don't really focus on throwing spares. They're obviously when they're getting ready and practicing, they tend to just throw strike, and not work on their spare game so much. So I'm seeing a lot of spares out here today. But
No, me and Joe were talking about it earlier, and I refer to a lot like golf. You know, you drive for show, but you putt for dough.
for dough, absolutely.
You know, in bowling, it's strike for show, and you know,
Yep.
but
Well, throwing strikes is great when it's there. When you're bowling on a tougher shot, it's not always there, obviously.
no, and not everyone's gonna throw 100 every game.
No.
You know, like there's just no physically human way you can average 300 for a tournament. So you have to be able to pick up your spares. You just, you know, it may seem the pros all they do is strike, but believe me, those PBA bowlers, they are really good spare shooters.
Absolutely. Well, just look at the ratios, right? They're over 90% spare making all the time. Single pins are
Usually
probably
100.
around 98, 99, 100%.
Yeah, and they're bowling like 50 games,
Yeah.
you know, so they're probably looking at, you know, between 60 to 70 out of all those games, and to be 100% or even 99%, that's really good.
Yeah, that'd be like a regular league bowler that bowls league and they bowl 4 games. I'd be asking him for 10 weeks. Don't miss a single pin.
Yeah, that's very true. And you know, it's easy to just lose focus, and you know, next thing you know, you're looking at a 9 dash.
Yeah, leaners are good. That's what I call them.
Probably another good youth bowler right there, Drake Griffin. He hasn't made any Team Canada stuff, but he does throw it really good.
Yeah,
You know,
good ball speed, lots of routes. Yep.
he's got a spare 4-bag. That's way above par right now. Hi, if you're just joining us now, you are live here at Woodbridge Bowl, otherwise known as Splitsville now. You are joined by myself, Zach Wilkins, former YBT bowler, and none other than Ray Vervain, who has probably accomplished a lot of things in your life in bowling.
A lot. Just no gold medals though.
No gold medals.
Well,
That's shocking.
yeah. At the nationals, yes, but internationally, no. And unfortunately, John Chapman and I missed the bowl by 1 pin in Vegas at the Senior Worlds last August. So it's a shot that I keep repeating in my mind, but it's you know, it
We
is what it
we all
is.
have those
Yeah,
heartbreaking
yeah.
shots. Mine is from this past summer, leaving. I needed to double the frame for the Detroit Cup. The first one, I just felt really confident that I'm going to execute a great shot, and I did. But
You learn, absolutely. And that was early in the tournament, but we come back and won bronze in the team event, so and then made it into masters.
So how many international medals do you have?
10 actually. I have 10 medals internationally.
And where have you gone to compete
Oh
throughout
boy.
these?
I've been to Korea, Malaysia twice, Singapore, Guatemala, Costa Rica, Denmark, Cuba. Got to bowl in the very first Pan Am Games that bowling was in 1991, and Fidel Castro actually came down and watched the medal round. So
That's kind of
got the bowl for Fidel Castro, which is kind of cool.
I don't think many people can say that.
Yeah, not too many, no. Yeah, and now obviously all over the U.S. and Canada, especially bowling the nationals. Obviously been in various provinces, and then just some tournaments in parts of the country that I've been on to. But so yeah, I've definitely got a lot of air miles under my belt. But
I'd say that's a lot of travel.
but it's been awesome. Every trip there's always stories to tell with every trip. Some you can repeat, and some you can't.
What's your favorite memory?
Oh, my favorite memory. Wow. Probably the craziest tournament we had was the World Team Cup back in '96, and we actually Calgary hosted it, and there was 16 countries there for the men and 16 for the women. And our team at the time was all local bowlers, thankfully, and so we got together probably once a week for about 2 years, because back then, when you made the national team, you were on the team for 2 years, right? It was a 1-year stint.
Oh, wow.
So Craig Woodhouse was our coach at the time, and the team was Bill Rowe, Mark Doy, Paul Giamatti, Doug Schatz, Jack Ace, and myself.
That's a strong team.
And it was an awesome team. And we just missed the medal in the tournament. We finished fourth. So in an internet, when you got the best of the best there was only 16 countries there, and we bowled great. We received a letter from Craig Woodhouse after our tenure with the team was done, saying that we were probably the craziest team he'd ever had to deal with, because not only did we want to beat everybody up on the lanes, we wanted to beat each other up all the time too. It was just one of those teams where we were so well connected. Everybody knew everyone's game. And a lot of it's because of the practice time. When we're getting together once a week for 2 years, you can't help but learn each other.
Oh, exactly.
And your games and just every nuance.
It just becomes, in the back of your mind.
Absolutely.
You just know it.
And so when someone was saying, oh, you're doing this wrong, you pick up on it right away.
Yeah.
But, when we would talk about stuff, someone would say, yeah, I think you need to try this, or what you're doing. None of us would ever get mad at the other guy, because we knew. It's
There's
like,
so much trust already.
Absolutely, yeah. It was so cool. It was, like I said, and I've been on 8 regular teams now, and that was those 2 years were probably just the craziest 2 years being on national team.
I can only imagine what it would like. Getting to know Jack Brace a little bit better, so I'm sure, crazy stuff you guys did back then.
You'll probably hear some of those stories, but Jack's been a big help to my game. I first met Jack back in the late '80s, and when Bobby, his brother, they took over at Leisure and started running it. And so at my first summer there, I just got to meet Jack, and I said, I want to be the best bowler. What do I have to do? The first word out of his mouth was, go see Pa. So Jim Brace, right?
Yeah.
And Jim would run a clinic in the summer for a few weeks. And so that's what I did. I went out for the clinic, and Jim was not subtle. If he saw you doing something, he'd let you know. And it's not quite a gentle way, but
It's online.
yeah, it's great. Actually, it's definitely a Brace trait, right? So it was a real learning experience for me. But I just learned a lot from him. It was basics, but it was great. It was just a real cool learning experience. And then within that year, I thrown my first pro game. I won the Canadian National. A lot of great things before that. And so obviously since then, Jack and I, we live close by, and we're just great friends, and he's been a huge influence on my game and just made me, a better bowler.
Now, do you guys still have that kind of rivalry?
Oh,
Still,
absolutely,
still going on?
absolutely. Oh, all the time.
I'm not sure if Ybowl is the Sunday morning league or
He
not.
does. He does.
But I'm
He's
sure you guys go
oh
back
yeah.
and forth.
There's he's been struggling a bit, but he's got a good young bowler on his team, Timmy Dunn.
Oh yeah.
So the way it works on Sundays is the high average bowls the high average on each team. So Jack's not the high average, but regardless, there's always friendly competition.
Yeah.
And all the typical kind of trash talking and stuff. So it's all in good fun, and we always have a blast with it.
No, it's always great to have that. In almost every sport, you have your great friendship, but also you guys duke it out.
Oh, for sure, yeah. We'll both say we want to kick the other guy's butt all the time. That's a given, right?
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you're still friends, and if you had the better day, well, congrats. That's how it works.
Yeah, for sure. So with going over to other countries to bowl, I'm sure all the cultures, what you've seen has been totally different from place to place.
Oh, a lot of times, yeah, for sure. Some is surprisingly similar, but probably going to Abu Dhabi last year was really different. I was obviously expecting a real big difference because it's a Muslim country,
Yeah.
and you hear the media a lot of the times, and sometimes the media does blow it out of proportion. And when I got there, I was actually really surprised at how Western the country was and how friendly and really cool the people were there. I had a great time.
Did you get to kind of be a part of their culture?
Yeah, they
dress up and
well, we didn't.
kind of do all that.
We didn't get the opportunity to try any of the local clothing or anything like that. But one night they put on a traditional dinner for us, and it was goat. So I never had goat before, but it was a very traditional dinner there, and it was actually really well done. Tasted great, and it was a lot of fun. Hosted by their federation, obviously, and it was outdoors, outside the bowling center.
Wow.
So, but everywhere we've gone, especially with the national team, a lot of times we get served a traditional dinner.
Yeah, so talk about it. I'm sure that the food that you've tried or probably looked at in
it's kind of like I don't know if I can eat that. Yeah, it's
talk about that a little. How is the food elsewhere?
Generally, my first trip away, our coach at the time, Al Dickinson, he had said enjoy the moment, right? So enjoy the local cuisine, the culture, do what you can just to kind of take it all in. So I took that advice to heart, and by my end, we were in Singapore for about 2.5 weeks. We were there a long time, but it was a great trip, and the women's team did really well that tournament at the Worlds. But we got to try a lot of really, for me anyways, I enjoyed it, but I got to try a lot of really neat foods that I would never would have tried before.
Yeah.
I had shark soup for the first time. Actual shark fin soup. It was awesome. It tasted great. Steamed sea bass. Now I know that's probably not quite so unusual, but it was the first time I had it. And so there was all kinds of different things. And in some of the local markets, they had some really interesting foods. There was some really interesting smells that come out of some of these places. But for the most part, was really good. Then we had Korea. Again, we got served a traditional dinner at the banquet. And I remember one of the guys on the team, he's not an experimental kind of guy. He likes
to his own
likes his Western sort of stuff. And obviously, that food's available. And he actually left the banquet across the street to pick up some KFC and then brought it back. But
that's quite funny.
So stuff like that happens, and obviously it's not everyone's cup of tea. But I know personally for me, I generally will try a lot of different things. There has been some things that I've seen and gone, I just can't try that. But yeah, it's been a good time.
I remember my first year I made the youth team. Got to the Worlds in Thailand.
So you would have had some really interesting stuff to try over there.
Honestly, I didn't try really anything. The at the banquet, they had this type of noodle, and it's a plain white noodle. So I'm like, oh, okay, this looks really good. So I'm not a big
Oh, that's too
spice
bad.
guy.
Top tier.
So
Yeah.
I can handle it. Like I eat my curry and stuff like that, but like in small doses.
Right.
So I'm like, oh yeah, noodles, okay. So I get a big plate of noodles because it was a buffet type style. So I get my noodles, put them all on, and then I eat a full bite, and it's like hotter than you wouldn't believe. So like that was probably the most interesting thing I've ever tried. They had their McDonald's and all that stuff.
But even that,
We ate that
tastes a
lot.
little different too.
Yeah, like they had their menus are a little bit different. They had
Yep.
like they had sushi there. They had like a McRice or but which is also cool is that there were a couple times I was rooming with Brock at the time. We were just you're so tired from the jet lag.
Yeah.
You don't want to leave your room.
I actually room with Brock in Abu Dhabi.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
cool. So
Yeah.
me and Brock, we ordered McDonald's and they delivered out there.
Oh, cool.
So,
There you go.
so I thought that was really cool. But I don't think I've ever experienced shark soup.
Sharks, if you get a chance, I know there's a whole environmental thing and people are up in arms about the shark soup, but
Yeah.
if there is an opportunity and you can try it, I would suggest try it. It's pretty tasty, especially if you like fish. You gotta try it.
I'm a huge sushi guy. Probably go to sushi once a week.
Oh really? Yes, I'm not a sushi guy.
Yeah, it's we got this place up in Barrie. Yeah, all the way up in the booties. So it's called Noble Cuisine. It's pretty cool because you get to order off an iPad.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
all the menus on the iPad, but everything is really fresh. The seaweed's nice and crispy. So I'm sure it's not your cup of tea, but
Yeah.
John over here. John's a big sushi guy.
Yeah, not so much. Yeah, I'm not the. Yeah. I won't get into it, but anyways, yeah.
So we're just finishing up game 3 here. Scores on 33-34. This pair's looking a little tough. Like I think the high game on this pair so far has been 189. I just don't think it's been broken down the right way, so it's playing really tricky.
And Brent Parkin got another bad break. A little high, but a 4-9.
Definitely, this pattern is all shot making. If you're not being able to repeat shots, then you're gonna do some nasty things.
Yeah, absolutely. It's probably a good thing they're not playing on Seoul.
Yeah,
with the Nationals, that was rough. That was a rough day.
Yeah, if anyone was out at team trials, the past couple years we've had short out there, and it has been brutal. You just want to grab your spare ball, throw it at the net, get 9, and call it a day.
That's right. Yeah, I remember after the day one, I think it was minus 70.
Which honestly is not that bad.
No, and at first I thought, oh, what a way to start. And then you look at the scores, and it's like, oh.
There were 2 people plus.
Yeah, and after you look at the scores, you go, oh, that wasn't too bad. Yeah.
I wonder, we had a guy earlier shoot 289, 279, which, for you folks, that's a 568 double. That's really high. Whether it's on a house shot, sport shot.
Any shot, that's good.
Anything that means you're pretty lined up.
Absolutely.
So we'll try and get that information to you if he shot at 800. I don't know if we've ever had an 800 in YBT history.
Oh, I don't know.
I know we've had 300s. Hardwin, he's shot 100 before. Darren Alexander shot one. I'm sure Jordan Clausen has shot one because
I would suspect he has.
He's probably the next up and coming youth bowler. I believe he's on the team. Junior Team US, or not USA, Team Canada.
Yes, yes. Yep.
So,
Yeah, we definitely have a lot of good young bowlers out there. I know for myself, watching a lot of you, like, bowling against you and some of the younger guys, it's not getting any easier. Before it was almost automatic to make it to the final day, but now, man, you got to work. It's tough. It's really really tough, especially for an old guy like me.
yeah, like what kind of like changes have you seen in the game since, the first time you made the team to even now?
Equipment is just so key now. Back in the day, I know the first time I made the team, I showed up at the nationals with 3 balls.
Really?
That was it. Yeah.
So the 3 urethanes?
Well, there might have been maybe a resin in 90. It was 1990, I think. There might have been a resin ball up, but it was all definitely urethane, just variation. So back in the day, you still had your pancake weight lock.
Yeah.
So that you had your 3-piece, and then the 2 pieces
Yeah.
were the big rage back then, right? That was like, wow, this ball hooks like crazy. But nowadays with the particle resins, just the surfaces and drillings, the equipment is so key when you're out there now. There's sometimes you can watch a guy who's bowling great, throwing a ball, and he's making it look so easy, and you're out there beating your head against the wall just to try and shoot even. And it's just when you get lined up, throwing the right ball, it makes it so easy. You don't have to think; you can just execute.
It's almost like putting it on autopilot.
Absolutely,
Absolutely. Because when you're in the right ball, it always feels like you have that myth room kind of everywhere. The myth room in, the myth room right. And even sometimes the speed needs a little more. It still gets to that pocket.
And the swing and the spin gets so loose, knowing that if you got a little bit of area there, it just makes it that much easier.
Yeah. It would have been pretty cool to see what it was like to bowl, 40 years ago. I've seen, the transitions now from, usually it's just the balls just seem to be getting stronger and they just seem to be getting more volume to the lane.
But it's not really. It doesn't seem to help though. The balls are so.
No, exactly.
The ball technology is so far ahead of the actual lane maintenance technology now that it's kind of unfortunate. And there's always a part of me that I know they have the plastic ball tournament, stuff like that. I would love to see it like back in the day. When you covered 5 boards, that was massive.
Really?
Yeah. I know growing up, when I had a friend of mine help me and just try to turn, really like twist that ball up. And then when I got good at it, then that when all the crankers and all the terminologies, like you had the Mark Ross and those guys, and it's funny when someone calls me a cranker now, I kind of laugh because it's like I don't hit the ball near as hard as I used to, and the equipment now helps you so much with generated power and hitting the pins. The ability to carry now.
The covers are a lot stronger too.
Absolutely. You don't even need to really buzz on the ball anymore. If you do, you better have a high ball speed, otherwise you're going to be in trouble.
Yeah, your speed to rev rate ratio need to almost be equivalent. So is it hard for you? So back then you said you only throw 3 balls to trials. Now they're coming out with bowling. A company's coming out with a bowl ball, like 3 different ones every month.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So is it hard for you to try to establish an arsenal and keep that arsenal to be competitive?
Right. I know for me, I'm not in the business of bowling, but I have a regular job, just like everyone else.
Yep.
Bowling's my fun. I will buy, probably 2 to 4 balls a year maybe, and you kind of work that rotation, and and it's not just an atypical drilling. There's sometimes we're trying something different because the nationals are coming up or going to a tournament. You're going to be bowling on some sort of WTBA pattern or whatever it might be. So it's not always your atypical drilling pattern, right?
Yeah.
Something a little different. I find though that just for a one shot, you can have a ball and it's probably going to be good, I'll say for a year to 2 years, but then you should probably refresh that, I think, at least every year to 2 years. And
By
buy a
refreshing, do
ball.
you mean buy a ball or just resurface
No,
it?
buy a ball.
Yeah.
Buy a ball. I think you, depending on the amount of time you bowl, is going to be the amount that you need to really resurface the ball. But I would say just for a regular bowler, if you want to stay on top of things, you probably need to buy a ball a year. That'd be my guess. Now, you're a pro shop operator. You might have a little different saying on it, but
I used to be a pro shop operator. I don't do that anymore. Before I was living at Brad Angelo's basement. So if you guys don't know who Brad Angelo is, he's a PBA bowler. Probably one of the most underestimated bowlers out there. Very knowledgeable. That's basically how I got into 10-pin. I went to a bowling camp. I wanted to get better, and I met Brad. And the way he teaches is unique, it's different. But no, being a pro shop operator, you gotta know every company, not just one. Like whether if they're on staff, they'll carry their staff product, which is awesome. But they also, got to carry a different kind of variety for the other customers.
yeah, because not every company obviously will suit everyone's game.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, I know. I personally, I'm not that fussy. I used to be a few years ago, but now I find, I'm more drilling specific and kind of ball specific. So, especially with my game, I think the game's fairly versatile, so I'm not really that ball company fussy. Like some people, there are favorites you have.
Oh, 100%.
But
You always have that favorite
yeah,
ball.
there's always like, my IQ tour will never go retired. It will stay with me probably as long as I live. I'll never get rid of that ball. It's kind of like back probably 10, 12 years ago. Another one was the Vapor Zone from Brunswick.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I
A lot of people
I
have
love
those,
my
yes.
Vapor Zone. I still have it to this day. So it's one of those things. You always have a favorite that's either you hold well with, or won money with, or did something with it where it's just
Yeah, you just want to get it in your hands to just give you
absolutely.
that opportunity.
Yep, absolutely.
No, I definitely have that ball. It's the Motive Panic. It's salmon color, so you definitely see it going down the lane.
It's funny. I've never thrown Motive.
Oh, really?
Not one. You got to hook me up.
Well, for all of you listening, so for any of you listening, I am a motor staffer, and I will be running 2 Wednesdays coming soon. One is in Belleville, March 6th. For more information, you can either contact me or Rob Finch. And the other one will be January 31st in London, Grand Royale. If you also have any questions, ask me about them or Martin. You ever been to a demo day before?
I just did Storm demo at Leisure like 3 weeks ago, I think.
I think they're pretty good, especially in the customer's eyes, because if you're just looking at videos online, all you see is that you just see them strike. You can't really justify what that ball does until it's in your hand.
Oh, for sure. I would suggest that if anyone's interested in trying a ball, yeah, absolutely do a demo day, because you can try. It's all the recent releases.
Yeah, you can try up to 8, 9 bowling balls.
Absolutely, and you will get a feel, especially on a house. It's going to be a house pattern, but you're going to get a really good feel for how it rolls off your hand. You can see the shape of the ball, how the shape is. If you like the shape, a lot of times you just don't like the shape or what it's doing, so it's kind of like, and you may have been thinking about buying that ball, so you just saved yourself some.
Oh, and there are several times beforehand, I'm sure a lot of people where they buy that ball they've been eyeing for a couple months, and then they get it, and it's the complete opposite of what they expected.
Yeah, I had that at the Storm demo day. I was obviously looking at a lot. The newer releases I tried a couple, and I definitely like my snow stuff, but I threw them and I just didn't like the shape. They just didn't really suit my eye, and I didn't like how they reacted and how they looked. But then I tried a couple of roto grip balls that they had there as well, and oddly enough, it's like, oh, I love the shape on these two roto grip
Yeah.
balls. So definitely, if you're in the market for equipment, absolutely try a demo day. It's well worth. I don't know what it's going to cost, but like the
It's 20 bucks.
Yeah, it's well
20
worth the
bucks.
20 bucks.
You get your 3 hours of bowling. You know,
Yeah, yeah,
and you
you
don't
get
even have to bowl the 3 hours.
right.
You know, you come out, try new equipment, and see what works best for your game.
And it's good practice on top of that too.
Oh, for sure.
Practice is always good.
It's definitely hard, you know, because some bowling centers, you're not as fortunate to get out there and practice. You know, they have their cosmic and their public, so it's always busy. Or sometimes bowling centers that they charge a hefty dime for a practice. So
Yep.
we got Josh Prime Park on 3334. It's Pennsylvania University, so that's the United States. Now, with college bowling being in Canada now, how cool would it be to keep all of our good athletes in Canada?
Yeah,
To
that
be
would
like
be awesome.
the best country.
Yeah. And it can only help make your base better. More competition breeds better players. It's a natural progression. So that would be very cool if everyone could stay here.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of good athletes leave Canada to go bowl in the United States. Brock Finch is one of them.
Yep. Graham.
He's an All-American. Brock, he made the TV finals. Francois
Well, yeah,
Lacroix.
yeah. You look at all the Wichita State with Mark Bufa and George Baker,
Yeah.
and then even the women too. We've had both
Felicia.
Samantha, Felicia down there. Yep.
We lost a lot of good bowlers to really successful.
Oh, of all people, we got her Carolyn.
Yeah,
Carolyn
Carol
from
LeBron.
Wichita State too. Yeah, world champion.
So imagine if we had all of those bowlers.
Oh yeah, well,
Yeah, how awesome would that be? No, that's okay. No, no.
2306.
So they just did the 50-50, and my fellow uh, commentator, Ray Banks, was blind. I think he's buying dinner later.
I could probably do that.
Ray's leaving us for a second.
Yeah.
He's got to go play the running, but we'll be right back shortly.
And we have a winner, $45. Ybowl, Michigan. Is the pink ones? Last one numbers, 239.
We did. Hi, you're back. We are in our last game of qualifying here at the YBT. We are joined by Zach Wilkins and recent 50-50 winner, Ray Vervink. He was fortunate enough to have the winning number, so dinner's on him. But we do have a question from John,
our illustrious producer.
yeah, John, our Ybowl executive, I guess you would say. John, what's your question?
So Ray, I know you've been around the sport a really long time. Now, coming from me, I'm not a bowler. I just started bowling this year. So I'm just kind of curious because I like seeing the growth of the sport and what's going on now. What do you think it will take to kind of start growing the sport again to what it used to be or even past that point?
That's a good question. Obviously, there's a lot that goes into it, and a lot of it's just plain economics. If you look at the rockin' bowls, everything going on like a Friday and Saturday night in a lot of houses, there's a ton of kids that come out and enjoy it, and they do it, and that's the only thing they do for bowling. The trick, I think, from a proprietor standpoint, is how are you going to get all these people who come in maybe once a week, once every 2 or 3 weeks, and they do it regularly because you see a lot of the same people for the Rock and Bowls all the time. The trick is how can you convert those people into a regular league player through the season? The kids, it's obviously a little different because I find nowadays most kids had parents that bowled, so that's the main influence to get them into bowling. But the trick is to sustain it and try to grow membership at an adult level. You gotta find a way to get the people off the street that come in every once in a while and get them to put their money down to bowl once a week. You know, commit to that 30-week league or whatever. So that's why I think you're seeing a lot of places now in the U.S. are, and maybe Canada too, are doing like split seasons. They'll do like one 15-week schedule for the first half, and then completely start over for the second half of the season, then do another 15-week schedule. So I think, again, like I said, it's economics and committing the time to do that once a week, all the time. It's hard because people are so busy nowadays and what's going on in society is go, and everyone's got jobs, or hopefully you'd like to think they all do, but it's difficult. It really is difficult. I'm fortunate. I'm a single guy, no kids, so I can afford the time to bowl and even practice now more than I could before.
And bowling's quite like what a lot of people don't know is you think of bowling, you just have a bowling ball, your shoes, so it's not that expensive, but bowling's probably just up there with a lot of sports.
It's probably one of the cheaper sports to join. I mean, if someone's just joining a league, the first thing I would say is buy yourself a pair of shoes, because you're going to save yourself that $2.50, $5, whatever it is for the rental shoes every week, and they will pay themselves off in a season. And you're going to get use out of them for probably 5 to 10 years, I would suggest. So, but
Sweet.
Yeah, John, that was a really good question. If you got any more questions, head over to our Facebook page and feel free to ask us anything. We got about half a game left here, and then we're see who made cut, and then we'll get into our stream for our match play. What do you think cut's going to be today?
Wow, that's going to be tough. I know there's different divisions.
Yeah, there's an A, B, C, A, B, and a C division.
And it's based on average. How many do they take for each division?
I believe they take 12 each division.
12 each division. What's the low?
The low average for A today, I want to say, is 178, maybe 180.
Okay. Wow. And they take 12. See, that's a problem. I'm so used to the adult tournaments and stuff. I would guess a little higher, especially on a short, because most of the guys and girls know how to play on it.
Yeah.
But it's probably going to be negative. Just not sure how much. I'll take a stab in the dark, and I'll say minus 50.
That's a reasonable guess. The scoring paces seemed after the first two games with about 170, 180. So it seems like it's gone up the last game in a bit. There's more strikes being thrown. We have another question. Daniel Marcillo. Would it be fair for single participants that compete in the men's or women's World Bowling Championships be allowed to team up with other participants from different countries that doesn't have doubles, trios, or a 5-man team?
That's an interesting question.
That is, because you see that a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. There's countries that either A, can't afford to send 6 players or don't have 6 quality players.
Yeah, exactly.
It's definitely, it's hard to say yes or no, but they do give everybody the opportunity to bowl all 24 games for their all events. So obviously that part, doesn't hurt them.
No.
But the ability to be able to bowl with, and compete against doubles, trios, or teams. From that standpoint, I don't want to say I'm against it because you'd like to give everybody an opportunity, but
Especially to win a medal for their country.
yeah, absolutely.
Whether you're bowling as a different countries altogether, like if there's say there's 2 Puerto Rico and 1 Singapore,
Yeah.
if all 3 of those bowlers still bowl quality scores and win a medal, I feel like that's perfect for them because then they've still won a medal for their country, even though they're 2 separate countries.
It's one of those. Yeah, it's one of those sort of weird and wonderful circumstances.
Yeah,
that we get
exactly.
involved in. Like I said, I would not say no, but I'm sort of a traditionalist too, so
like there's this one girl, like the one girl that bowls the Women World Championship. She's from Latvia, but they don't send a full team from Latvia, but she's probably one of the best women bowlers in the world. I'm not sure if you know her. Jan.
She bowls compete in the World Cup?
Yes, she did.
Okay. I don't know her, but
they're the prime example right there. She's probably one of the top bowlers in the world, the female, but their country she'll never be able to win a team, trios, or doubles because they only send one
I would
person.
be against trying it for like a couple of worlds or something, whatever, just to see what happens. Potentially, there's a real chance of making a stacked team there, though. That's the
Yeah.
thing, yeah. But when you say a stacked team, is there a team that's any more stacked than like the U.S. or Sweden or something like that?
Yeah,
Because
for
their
sure.
teams are always solid with the players, right?
Yeah, me and Joe went into that earlier, I believe. We'll get your input on this. Would you allow PBA members to compete in World Championships events for your country? Would you allow them to be on?
Absolutely. Yeah, I fully agree with that. That's like we talked briefly about before. I think if you want to be the best, you got to be the best.
Yeah.
So yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I have no issue with going against PBA guys. Even at the Senior Worlds this year, the U.S. team was all ex-PBA or senior PBA players. So
Yeah. Who was on that team? Bob Learn.
Bob Learn was there, but he had hurt himself actually in the I think in the singles event right off
Oh,
the bat.
really?
He'd hurt his wrist, but he'd undergone some sort of operation earlier in the year, but then something happened there, and he just wasn't competitive the whole tournament. But Ron Barbold, and he's an amazing player.
Yeah.
And Johnny Petraglia.
Oh, he's a Hall of Famer.
And unfortunately, I'm forgetting the 4th bowler, but he's another senior PBA guy. He didn't do a lot on the regular tour, but he's come into his own on the senior PBA, and they obviously, the men and the women, they won the team bowl there. So
Yeah, I've got to bowl with who is it? I think it's Tish Johnson.
Oh, Tish,
Yeah. The last 2 years I've gone to Ybowl. She's been there, and just being able to watch her bowl.
Very good player.
Yeah, she doesn't like to lose.
Oh no, yeah, absolutely.
No matter what type of quality bowler she's bowling against, she'll give it 110% because she does not like losing.
For sure. I can definitely attest to that. I'm not always the best loser. There's some moments where when you're done a match, it's like, you know what? Don't talk to me for about 10 minutes. Give me a little moment alone so I can.
100%. There's so much more defeat in our sport than there is victory. It's all individual. It's almost like golf.
The numbers don't matter.
Yeah. I want to say 80. just rounding down our last game of qualifying. We're going to get Riley in here, the guy who shot 289 to 279 his first two games. I'd like to thank Raver Vancouver for joining us. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, no problem. It's my pleasure. It's been a blast. I enjoy doing this.
Alright, we'll see you guys in a bit. Just going to go find Riley and then talk about his first two games. Hi, I'm joined here with Riley Villarito. He went 289, 279 his first two games. Now, as a bowler, whether that's on house or sport, that's a 568 double. That's really good. Now, tell me, what was going through your mind those first two games?
I just kind of wanted to make some good shots, stay calm, and not really worry about my score, just keep focused.
That's really good. You like to stay in the moment, not get too ahead of yourself. Now, have you ever had a double that high before?
No, not that high. Pretty close.
Well, that's pretty good shooting. Like, I'm kind of speechless. I've only seen so many. I've seen a double that high before, but to do it in a YBT, in a tournament atmosphere on a condition where the scores are really low, that's really impressive. What ball were you throwing?
I was throwing my Storm Natural.
Storm Natural. So we are on a 36-foot pattern, so that is a urethane ball. Now, tell me a little bit more about yourself and where you're from.
Well, I'm from Tecumseh, Ontario. I bowl at Splitsville Lanes twice a week, carry an average about 202. I just love the sport. The atmosphere is amazing.
That's awesome. Now, what's your highest game and highest series?
My highest game is a 300 non-sanctioned.
Okay.
And I have an 802 sanction.
That's awesome. That's really good. Well, thank you for taking the time to be here. Just want to let the viewers know that this guy shot 568 for two games, and he's probably your top qualifier in match play. So look for us during match play, and hopefully you'll see Riley here and take home the title. Thanks, Riley.
Yeah, no problem.
Get out of here, guys. I really guy on 45th and Major. He shot 230 scratching after he shot a 227. What? Like, yeah. Welcome to the board of handicap tournaments. He lost the first round to the guy I lost to with 40 That's the guy who shot 227. Hartman went right and missed. So he's already down 80. Alright, so we're just in our last couple frames here. We'll be back to stream the match play. We just got to tally up the scores, see who's made a cut in both our A and C division. And come join us live in about 20-30 minutes. See you then. Yeah, man. It's definitely ball speed. Like, how do you even deal with that? It's just getting your feet, your momentum going in the line. You know, the faster you go, the faster your ball speed. The slower you go. Yeah, but after you match up my back speed and stuff with my exactly. It takes time. It takes a lot of practice. Because if I didn't try forcing myself to do it hard, the ball would just end up on the at the left corner. It'll take time. Why are you laughing? What? Are you laughing at the fact that got 3 count and then got 2 weeks? Except for the last, yeah. Not good. Well, let's just say after 5 frames, I had like 50 feet. That was good. I know. I've looked at that. Awesome. Michael. Yeah. Literally, if I didn't try doing it, my balls are like good, it took off on defense. But if I got it in certain zones, it actually skids. I'll think about it short. Oh no, I did. I think I saw that.
office, please sit down so that we can get your match underway. Thanks.
Well, I saw that 7-0. There's 2 pins right there. Well, actually, that's more than 2 pins. That's on the strike. That's yeah. That's on a strike. Yeah. Absolutely. Oh well. Tell me first, and then I'll either agree or disagree. What? Now we're gonna be talking about your life. You can tell me first, and then we'll either agree or disagree. Another game.
other one you got soft and then overreact. The other one's going to sweep it out. So it's not going to overreact. It's a buzzer ball. Buzzer balls never overreact.
Okay, boys. We'll get your lanes up to score. Your match play instructions are taped to the console. Please take a look at those. As soon as you finish the first game, please start the match and the second match immediately. And then just bring all three score sheets to me at the same time when you finish the second game. Okay, your lanes are up on the score.
Hi. Hi, welcome back. We are here for match play round. In front of us, we have our B division. So we didn't get to see a lot of these bowlers early on because they were down at the low end. But how this format works, we have 3 bowlers per pair, and the bowler gets eliminated.
Yeah, first game, no bowl.
So it'll be good to see. These lanes in front of us have been free all day, so it'll be pretty good to see how they attack these ones and if they make any moves.
So far, we've seen a lot of extra hook from these players. So obviously they were a little tighter down the other end by the looks of it.
Joined by Zach Wilkins, and we kept Ray in the booth. He did such a wonderful job. Game 3 and 4. We decided to keep him in.
Well, winning the 50-50, it's like getting a salary today, so.
It's paying for itself.
Yeah.
It's been a while since I've been seen a YBT after match play. Usually, they've changed the format up a little bit. I remember when I was bowling, it was just strictly head-to-head match play until you had a winner. But this is a pretty cool format too because you don't have to worry about just one person, but now you have the other 2 bowlers. So
it kind of takes a little bit of the heat off from bowling head-to-head. I always found bowling head-to-head that obviously your focus was obviously on what you were doing, but you had to pay attention to what your opponent was doing as well.
Well, I think this also eliminates, sometimes head-to-head, you'll bowl a really good game, but your opponent bowls someone,
So yeah, you're on a good pair, and unfortunately, it being with a good game.
This way, if you happen to bowl a good game and one of the other opponents bowls a good game, you're still alive. Well, it's pretty cool to we have a 2-hander here, 31. No, back then there was none of that. But
No 2-handers. You had the odd thumb player. I think Mark Miller back in the day, like in the 80s. He was on tour,
but now there's everyone's bowling.
They're everywhere.
Yeah. I asked Joe the same question. What are your thoughts about it?
I'm definitely a traditionalist. I don't want to say it's an illegal throw, but obviously the USPC and the WCBA don't agree with me. But I guess in the end, it's where you get the ball down the lane, and short of getting 2 balls sticking a piece of wood between the 2 of them and throwing them down the gutter, you still got to hit your target and hit the pocket in the right way. So
100%. Now, if a bowler came to you, asked for some help, but they were completely 100% new bowling, would we start them off one-handed or would you start them off 2-handed?
I think we just start them off one-handed because the basics for both games are the same. It's just the fact you're throwing with one hand. So I think just to get a good start on the game and get the basics, one-handed is probably the way to go. And I still think for spares, because a lot of two-handers still throw, some of them throw one hand.
One hand, yeah.
For
Oscar,
spares.
he threw the like 50 miles an hour
No,
down
it's
the lane.
insane how fast he throws.
He's also a very strong individual.
Yeah.
Like, I see on our live stream here, you have one of your students you've been working with. What kind of things have you been working with?
Well, we just obviously just starting to get into the coaching aspect of it. There's been some fundamentals, but mainly spares, just working on spares. These guys can all throw, especially on a house shot. They can all throw a fair amount of strikes. It's not that difficult. The trick is always to make spares. I'm a real big proponent of having clean games and making your spares, and even some of the unmakeables, just send them a shot and try to stay
100%.
clean.
Anything's makeable. It's just the percentages are just a lot lower.
So there are some days where it's a little frustrating, and you're watching, and it's like, especially single pins. Yeah, you're gonna miss one here and there, but there is no excuse to missing a single pin.
No, in all reality, you basically have 10 boards to miss a single pin. You have the circumference of the bowling ball, and then you have each side of the pin. So in all reality, that's pretty close to 10 boards.
A lot of room. Yep.
When you think about it, you're like, wow, did I really miss a single pin by that much?
Yeah. I know. I personally, I get more frustrated missing a single pin than leaving something crazy up like a Greek church and not scoring it.
Yeah, because your odds to making the Greek church are definitely not as high as leaving something right in the middle of the lane.
Well, a good example here on 33-4 is Dylan. He's come out of the gate, a couple of good shots, left single pins, and then missed both. Oh, sorry, missed one. And then missed another easy spare at 2-8. So
yeah, the pin was still standing, so it's right in the middle of the lane.
Almost whoever can make their spares this game.
See if he can make the 3 in a row here.
There's that push in the inside.
It looks like what you've been. It looks like he's throwing it a lot better. It looks like his confidence is a little higher too.
He's a lot smoother through on his downswing and follow through. He used to really try to rip the cover off the ball, and it's like you don't need to help it that much.
A lot of the youth bowlers, they just there's another
misspare. Yep.
But a lot of the youth bowlers, they just like to see the ball go right and watch it hook and scream left.
How many boards can I cover?
Yeah. But a lot of the bowling today, on flatter stuff is all about controlling the front to back instead of the left to right.
It's definitely one of the big things we've talked about on Team Canada and some of the training camps is the response time of the ball at the back of the lane.
Oh, for sure.
And getting that correct response time on the specific condition. Once you can do that, it just makes the game so much easier.
The one he looked like feet were a little quick, just got a little bit fast.
Typical young guy kind of mistake, right?
Yeah.
Get those happy feet going, and you want to throw a little. You're all pumped up, and want to throw a little harder.
Now you've been to a lot of, I guess, team camps. Tell me, what's the best thing about those camps? The atmosphere.
Well, the atmosphere is one of them. Definitely just learning about your teammates. Obviously, when you go into these things, you don't always even know or have acquaintances with some of the guys on the team. So things can be a little uncomfortable, and you're not really sure. But these give you the opportunity to get to know your teammates a lot better. You're working together, and that's part of being a really good team is the ability to communicate and discuss what's happening out on the lanes with each other. Everyone sort of has their own kind of language they're talking about on the lane, and what one person is saying may mean something different to somebody else. So just to really learn how to communicate with each other, it's like, the lanes are starting to break down, or you're seeing something a little different. So especially if you're running a team event or a trios event, something like that,
Yeah.
you can communicate what you're seeing, and hopefully they can translate that into their game and then make an adjustment.
Oh, for sure.
And and hopefully strike, obviously, or strike more.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
A lot of people, my eyes don't see probably won't see what your eyes are seeing, half the time.
Yeah, absolutely. That second set of eyes, or third and fourth set of eyes, is always important. That's why, like, especially just having the coach around and someone who knows your game, specifically, is very familiar with you. That's why that one team I was talking about in '96, we all knew each other's game inside and out. So for us to work with each other was absolutely amazing.
No, I'm pretty excited. This is my first time ever making the adult team for the team. I was fortunate enough to get selected. So I'm really looking forward to going to the training camp and just getting close. Like, I know everyone, but
You'll get to know them better.
yeah, like, it'll be good to know them more personally, and as a player as well. And of course learning.
Yeah, there's always, it's funny, in this game, no matter how long you bowl, you're always learning something. At least you like to learn something every
Yeah.
time. I always like to come out of any league play or anything, hopefully, and learn something new that'll help, right? Or what not to do in certain situations.
For sure, yeah.
Right? It'll help you down the road. But the team, you'll enjoy the team. It's always, team camps are great because it is obviously there is some seriousness to it. And you're working on stuff, but there's also, there is a little bit of a sort of a fun aspect to it. And we always do different things. You have little friendly competitions, some low ball stuff like that, and it just helps. It helps your game, and a lot of the off the lane stuff too. You'll do some off the lane mental prep.
Yeah, I hear now we have a sports psychologist.
Yeah.
So someone who's got a background or something like that, that's really cool. So I've read a lot of like self-help books just to get your mind in the right set of situations of where you feel pressure, or situations where you need to perform and then you get too excited or stuff like that. So
yeah, there's a lot of good reading material out there to help you with that sort of thing, and a lot of stuff online.
Oh, 100%. I have a quote I live by in situations here that all the youth are bullying. The time is now. You're in the now. You're not worried about what happened the last shot or what happened the shot before.
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel like that. Like, for me, it took a while for me to mature into that person, because I remember being a kid like these, and I'd have that temper and stuff like that.
It's hard. It's definitely there's a maturing aspect to it.
Yeah.
Just growing up and learning, for sure. And we've all been through it. I mean, I'll be the first to admit it. I was bad when I was young. I was terrible. But you learn. You learn and you grow up. Sometimes it's hard, and sometimes it's easy.
Yeah, some people are faster than others picking it up.
Yep, absolutely.
That looks better. It seems like he's just he's staying out of trouble. He's leaving, makeable spares, and he's just picking them up. So.
And a lot of time, that's key. That's all you need to do especially on the more difficult shots.
Oh, for sure.
You don't need to throw a 6-bagger.
No, looks like Adam here and Rebecca, it's going to be neck and neck to see who will advance. Whoa. that was a really bad break there.
4.
The 4-pin actually slid over right behind the 7-pin. What's your worst break in bowling? Like that, like I've seen pins slide over like that before, but like, that just makes it really hard
it's
to.
worst break in bowling. Well, obviously it's situational, but there's been, there's a few shots here and there where it's like you thought you were good and didn't get what you deserved. Probably one comes to mind is 3 years ago, bowling doubles in the World Senior Worlds in Vegas with Jack Brace, and we were behind a mark, and we both had strikes up in the 9th, so we felt good going into the 10th, and we both left these just absolutely ridiculously wrapped 10 pins for both of us to double. So, and it cost us advancing to the gold medal match, but there's always a spot here and there where you can always look at one shot and go, oh man, I wish I had. I don't really look at the bad shots because it's just your own making, but when you throw it good and you feel like you had a bad breaks, it's frustrating, but sometimes you get good breaks too, so you're not always on the bad side of things.
It's a funny thing about our sport. You can do everything right, and then once the ball's gone, you can't control the outcome.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, it just looks like if Dylan here can pick up the spare here, he's going to advance.
Oh, that might add a little heat.
Yeah, if Rebecca here throws the next one, she's in the 130s and she could advance.
Oh, that's not good.
And there's the heat of the emotion right there, a spare to advance, and whether it was nerves or emotion.
But it just kind of shows the point of how important spares are. How many makeable spares were missed?
Oh, exactly.
On Dylan's game alone, there's looks like there's 4 there.
That looks pretty close.
Good shot. Oh, no.
It's a bad break. So it looks like Dylan Scott and Daniel Tabano are going to be advancing into the next round. Next eliminator. Dan threw a pretty decent game here. He didn't really run into trouble. Threw a couple errant shots.
But yeah, nice clean game for the most part.
But overall, it was a pretty solid game.
Yeah.
He made his spares, and that's what, helped him get to where he was at. Alright, if you just joined us now, we just finished our first round of Eliminator in our match play at the YBT. You're joined by Zach Wilkins and Raver Vink. Stay tuned and we'll get you the coverage for our next Eliminators. You guys go right into it? Yeah. How to remove the ball? You guys stay on the same line? Yeah, you can stay here until there's just one. whoever with higher seed, or if you want to go last, you would start first. All right, we are back. As you can see, they hopped right into it. Now it's head to head. Now it's do or die.
Yeah. This is always fun bowling like this.
I especially loved it, especially when it goes down to the 10th frame. You know, when you want to make that shot to win. You know.
Yeah. You want the ball in your hand.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I find it like it's cool to win, but like you want to win in a sweet fashion.
Oh,
that's
nice spare.
Great spare by Daniel Tabano. It's a left-handed version of the 2-4-8-10.
Yeah, great shot. Clutch shot. Oh, didn't mark the score though.
Did he bowl on the wrong lane? I think.
Good. Well, it looks like he did bowl on the wrong lane. Oh well, I guess that's a free practice shot on that one. Free practice on that
and
line.
We got a good show out of it.
Yeah, nice.
Made a pretty sweet split. Let's see if he can
take advantage.
Yeah. It's a little bit better.
Yeah.
Well, I would say that's a little bit easier than what he just left.
Absolutely.
Now, did you guys have this back when you were bowling youth at all?
No, but the only thing we had was like the 4 steps, and that wasn't obviously that was a series of tournaments, but it wasn't a monthly tournament like this one is. It would always have been nice to have that, but this is pretty cool. Having the YBTs every month, it's great. It's obviously they start having the players tours that we have on a monthly basis. So, but it's obviously geared for the kids. So, and anytime they can, make some money for their scholarships and stuff like that, that's always a bonus.
Now, which is really cool about the players tour is that all of these youth bowlers can go bowl them
They're
too.
eligible as well. Yes, yeah, for sure. And no doubt, some of these kids, they can compete.
Oh, 100%, if not win.
Yeah, yeah.
Like, these kids nowadays, they have no fear.
Absolutely, yeah.
They just go up there, do their thing, and they just want to beat anyone.
Yeah.
And you see that on the all over the world, and on the PA tour, all the young guns, EJ, Marshall. Now AJ Johnson, and even our own Francois.
Yeah, absolutely.
He made a run for the Master Show this past year and fell a little bit short, but he has no fear of bowling against anyone.
Yeah, and it's nice to see more international players coming into the PBA event because it's making it truly like when they talk about a world championship, it's truly the best players in the world, not just the States or North America, but it's just nice to see all these guys coming out, Dom from England and all those guys.
Yeah, I think the World Series of Bowling set a record for how many countries that participated.
Yeah.
They had, I want to say, over 20 countries that came over to participate in the World Series of Bowling, which is unbelievable.
Have you bowled at World Series?
I have not. No. I'm making that my goal this year.
Yep.
So we have started the new year of 2016, and at the end of the year, that'll be my goal. I just felt I did have a really good year this past year, but I feel like my game wasn't ready yet to compete with all those guys yet.
It's key though, you have to know your game, and you have to be completely honest with yourself when you're getting ready for something, as well as when you're bowling. You have to be aware. It's like, I threw that ball bad.
Yeah.
I need to
You just
throw
can't make
better.
excuses.
Exactly. Yep.
And at that level, they don't make excuses.
No.
They go go out there, that's their job, and they go get it done. Whether they do it poorly or execute it perfectly.
Yeah.
Well, Dan Tabano here can make it a 10-pin match if he strikes here. Be down by 10 going into the third frame.
Wrong lane, bud.
See if Dan can put up a strike here.
Oh, made a ball change.
Yeah, that ball just didn't look like it wanted to see any part of the lane at all.
Looked a little lazy with it. Didn't get a good release on that one. Didn't look too clean.
And do you think that's another struggle for the youth bowler, that with all this equipment coming out, you think it's hard for them to understand their own kind of equipment?
A little bit. There's no doubt that there can be some confusion, because one thing I found with some of the youth bowlers is just is repeating their shots. You know, a lot of times it's more so speed than anything else. They're just super inconsistent. You know, one time they'll throw a great shot, and then the next one they'll come up and they'll be, you know, like 5 kilometers an hour faster or slower, and it's just that's the one thing I'm really beginning to see, just with starting this coaching with the youth now. Some of them are just struggling with consistency.
Now, what kind of drills would you recommend to the better shot by Dan? What kind of drills would you recommend to, you know, help repeat better shots and be a little bit more consistently?
Get a pre-shot routine down. That's the same. So you're not really experiencing anything different. Have the same pre-shot routine. And then once you get set and up on the approach, have sort of the same pre-start to your approach. I know personally for me, I like to take a deep breath, and on the exhale, then I go.
Okay.
I think everyone kind of has their own little trigger that helps them with the timing and getting to the line with a really good consistent speed and release. So
no, that's really good. Definitely having a pre-routine, something that you can just repeat over and over again.
Think about
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
It's something you
just
do automatically.
Natural. Definitely looks like Dylan's putting on the pressure now.
Looks like he's moved a little right. Get a little better reaction with that ball. Get away from the push.
Now, it's always good to let your opponent know early on what you mean business. You know, it's definitely nice to get out to a strong lead.
Yeah, because then it's your opponent's span starts to get a little short, knowing he's got a strike.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, it makes them think a little bit extra. And when you can put that doubt into their head, you know.
Yeah, it's like, oh, this guy's lined up. I got a ball.
Yeah.
Well, that's inside.
Oh,
gets away with it.
Got a fortunate break there. And he's increased, if Daniel strikes here, to 34 pins already.
Yeah.
We're only through 4 frames.
Yeah. Definitely needs to get something going here.
I went back to that other ball.
Yep. Oh, good break
That
down.
at least
Light
saw
head.
it a little bit.
Yep.
It's a good break roll on that 3-pin. Here's Dan up in the 6th frame. Let's see if he can put a double together and maybe make Dylan a little bit.
Yeah. Oh, looked wide. Wow, did not recover.
Looks like he just fell off his shot a little bit there, and you know, maybe he's thinking a little bit that I need to strike a little bit more now. lot of the good cover by Dan.
Yeah, good spare.
Okay, but doesn't help him. It just keeps him still in this game.
Yeah, we got a good match going on 31-2 as well.
And oddly enough, they're both two-handers.
Yeah. Oh, no, we're being invaded.
See what Dylan can do here.
Oh. Another break. Breaks up to 5-7.
Yeah, it just seems when everything's going your way, you know, you just get it out of your hand and they just all fall
over. It's almost sometimes it's so hard to try and control it where it is literally out of your hands and you almost have to just say, okay, just let it happen.
Yeah, exactly. And it's tough as an opponent watching that.
Yeah.
You know, you're like, well, why isn't that going my way? And, you know, then it plays a lot with what you're trying to do out there.
Yeah, absolutely. And if you're throwing good shots and not carrying, and then it just seems to multiply. And
oh, exactly. Fortunate enough not to leave a split there. Leave himself with another makeable spare, and with 3 frames left, he's got about a 40-pin lead.
Yep.
Oh, an unfortunate break on 31.
Brooklyn to take the lead.
That gives them we got some pretty exciting matches going on right now. Let's see if looked like after coming a little bit more light, he gave that one a little bit.
Tried to bump the drive in
earlier
and just overhooked a little bit.
I feel like this is, although he's struggling a little bit, you know, there's still lessons to be learned.
Absolutely. You know, he's coming away. He's not throwing an awful game. He's only missed the 1 spare. Oh, sorry, spoke too soon. But
Ray just jinxed him.
I just jinxed him. My bad. But he's throwing not a bad game. It's just, you know, again, it's consistency and being lined up. And it's not always the easiest thing to do in match play. Sometimes.
No, especially when you know, if you're not used to that type of pressure, you know, that your thinking's not as clear.
Yeah. That was a good shot. Oh, big double on 31.
This match is 31-32. It's going to come down to the 9th and 10th.
6-pin difference right now, depending on the strike here. Almost got away with another Brooklyn.
The really good shot there by Dylan.
What a change. What a change. A little adjustment going from a 130 barely sneaking in.
Yeah,
to being 220 plus here.
Yeah, exactly. If he strikes here, he's already in the 220s. We've had games like that where you're just completely lost, and then maybe something in your mind just says,
try this, yeah.
And then the next thing you know, you're lined up.
Yeah,
like
and that's the interesting thing too. Sometimes with the format, especially eliminator style, you know, you don't have to press so much as if you're bowling head to head. You know, you've got potentially space to make a mistake or even try something and get lined up. But for sure, there's been numerous times where you come out of the gate and you're just, it's like you've never bowled before, and then all of a sudden, you start to think about it and focus on what you need to do, and whether it be a ball change, a line change, speed, whatever it is.
Totally
and then you come out and all of a sudden, you know, you throw a game that's 100 pins better than the last game you threw. So it's definitely not uncommon. It happens. I'm not going to say a lot, but it's happened often enough.
Oh, for sure. Or if you're in a tournament and there's certain pairs that just didn't break down properly, and you just happen to hit one of those pairs.
Yep.
There's
Yeah, and that's the other thing too, and it's an invisible thing. You don't see it, right?
No,
You move to a
exactly.
pair, you're not sure potentially who's bowled on the pair before you and how they broke down. And so sometimes it's it's a crackerjack. You never know what's inside.
Oh, for sure. So it looks like Austin on 32. He needs the first hit here.
Yep. Needs a strike to and a strike count too as well. Yep.
That's pretty close.
Good shot. Oh, bad break. Awful break.
Well, that's all you can do in the situation.
Yeah, you
In
threw
a
it good.
situation like that.
Oh, he's still. Oh, sorry, my bad. We can't count.
No, we
He
can't.
just needed to mark. But
Well, mark ain't count.
yeah.
Good thing for computers, or
Yeah,
else.
yeah. Need to go back to pencil and paper.
I think you should have known that. I'm used to having battery.
I'm
things.
usually good with math, so that's kind of bizarre. That's a big half.
Got the spare
8.
there.
Yep. Just the 4 count for the win.
Yeah, that basically if
Yep. Keep it
now
on.
all you just
Keep it on the brown.
Yeah.
Yep.
You just throw right, straight, and hard at the head pin. That's exactly what he did.
That's a winner.
Yep. Now in situations like that, what crosses your mind, like in that last shot when you need?
Just executing and throwing a good shot. You don't have to hit the pocket dead flush, especially knowing you only need a 4 count.
Mm-hmm.
It's just hit your target, throw a decent shot, and you're going to get 8, 9 or strike. And it's really in that situation you can almost relax a little bit, but
It's still not over here. If Dan can strike out here, he shoots 203. That forces Dylan to get 9 pins.
9 to win.
So we've seen some really weird things happen in this sport.
Oh, no doubt.
Yeah, so if he fills all 3 here in the 10s, that definitely makes Dylan think a little bit extra.
He's going to have to throw a good first ball for sure.
That was a great shot by Dan.
That's a great shot.
Nice, calm, relaxed swing there.
And it's good too, even if he, win or lose, it's good to just realize the situation he was in and how he executed these last 3 frames and thrown 3 quality shots.
He'll definitely look back and be pleased with what he did here. It's pretty close.
Yep.
And he got the kick on the 7 there.
Yep.
So this is a really big strike here. If you think about it, if he strikes here, makes him get 9, and he just missed a single pin last game, but this pattern here is a big 4-way.
Yeah.
To
a little soft. Push it a bit. It's a washout before you blink an eye. That was a great finish by Daniel.
That was a great finish by Dan. Makes Dylan think a little bit extra. So now the ball's in Dylan's court. Let's
see what he's got.
Yeah, see what the Maple Moxie's like. Where's the Randy Peterson?
little
close.
push. Ooh. Nice kick on the 10.
He still needs 2 pins, but
Yep.
nothing's given here
No.
at all. What do you think? Do you throw a hard and straight, or do you try and execute a strike shot?
I just think, you know, you try to throw your strike shot. Maybe if anything, throw a hair softer, move a board right, just to get a little more hook. Get it up high on the head pin. But
And Dylan's your winner here
Yep.
with the spare.
Good match.
That was a really good match. So, we had some really close matches. Dylan advanced here over Dan Tabano. We'll get back to you with, I believe it's quarterfinals.
The quarterfinal rounds, yeah.
Quarterfinal rounds, and stay tuned.
Are you guys done commentating right now? No, I'm sure.
Yeah, now it's just strictly head-to-head. At least I hope. There may be another eliminate. Oh, there's like three. I know, I know perfect game. It's a perfect world. It's a perfect world.
Okay, YBT bowlers. Here's a lineup for our step ladder finals. First of all, if you have any equipment on lanes 13 to 20, please remove it to the concourse area right away. Thanks. Okay, in the A division, lanes 33 and 34, we have Mikhail Mitchell and Timothy Chow. The winner of that match will bowl David Giroux, and the winner of that match will bowl Jake Bowden. B division, lanes 25 and 26. Austin Cowell Deckman and Lucas Holland. Winner of that match will bowl Dylan Scott. And winner of that match will bowl Cole Sitz. In the C division, lanes 29 and 30. We have Emily Taylor Bond and Carlo Padilla. The winner of that match will bowl Katie Morrison. And the winner of that match will bowl Wyatt Scott. Bowlers, if you could go to your assigned lanes, somebody will be down to help you get your match started. You're going to get 2 practice balls on the lane. If you are waiting to bowl, you can use 21 and 22 will be turned on for practice if you are waiting to bowl your match. Thanks.
Well, I'm gonna get not. I'm not even getting the quarter chicken meal. I'm getting like the whole thing. Well, yeah, I'm not walking home.
So home to jackass pretty myself, some wings and a couple of beers. Last time it was a little extended time at dinner.
Yeah. Who's yeah, nice to get some names. Yeah, but I just want yeah, you get to practice. We got the camera.
Oh, we can say bad things on the camera.
Yeah.
Woo! Yeah, let's get started.
What's his name?
Hold on, excuse me. Sorry, what's your name? Channel? Okay. Cool.
Yeah, I know. That's where I get to practice ball. Put that ball away. Put that ball I'm the one commentating, so whatever. I can say whatever I want. That's okay. I don't care.
Good commentator, bad commentator. Yeah, like compliments.
Good cop, bad cop. What? All right, and we are underway in our step ladder finals. We have Michaela Mitchell. She elected to lead off, and he is bowling Timothy. Michaela's pretty talented individual. She's traveled the world already, and she's only 17, 18 years of age.
Yeah, I've been on a youth team now, I think the last 4 years now. I'm not sure, but
Yeah, and she's pretty close to making the adult team as well. Like she's
no,
thrilled.
there's no doubt on my mind. Shortly, if not this year, it'll be in the next couple of years. She will definitely make the team at some point. Definitely has a real fiery personality and hates losing, and you love to see that competitors. They never give up.
Oh, 100%. Until the last ball thrown. I've never seen Timothy bowl at all. Have you?
Never. No, first time again. But this is my first YBT, I think. So a lot of unknown faces and names for me.
Well, you're the lefty. They both started off with pretty quality shots.
Yep.
Mikhail with the light 10, and then Timothy with just a little high of a thick spin. But both makeable spares.
Yeah. And this is the A division, so we're probably going to see a lot more good quality shots out of these two.
Yeah, very rare in the A division. The bowlers, they understand the ball motion a little bit better and understand lane play. So I feel like we could have a pretty good match here.
Could be a high-scoring game.
If you're joining us live, we are from Woodbridge Ybowl, otherwise known as Splitsville. This is a semi-final match between Timothy Chow and Michaela Mitchell. You are joined by Zach Wilkins, and your 50-50 winner. Still can't. Blows my mind that I have to say that, but no, he's your 50-50 winner. Turning a profit today. Not even bowling.
That's nice.
That's nice.
That's nice. It is. Absolutely.
Really good
great shot
there.
Definitely seeing a lot of young lefties in the YBT today. Just it seems the ratio between lefty to righty has decreased over the past few years.
Yeah, 100%. He looks like he has a very fundamental game, and the balance was really good. And he explodes right at the bottom. Michaela Mitchell answered
Great
with
shot.
a beautiful shot there. I'm excited to see. I don't know who to call here. This is
well, the lefties definitely. There's an advantage to being on the left side of the lane, less play over there, but
I think we're gonna have a 220, 230 match here.
I think so. Michaela, obviously a good player and throws good quality shots. Oh, nice trip 2-8.
Gets the bucket out there, and he's definitely going to take that one and run.
Yep.
Those are always good to
loosen
have,
loosen up the arm swing, especially early in the match, and a double right away, right off the get-go.
Yeah, exactly. You can
put some pressure on.
You can take advantage of that, and increase, throw a good quality shot, and increase it to a triple.
It does look like the left lane's hooking just a hair less than the right lane right now.
All right, he answered with another
good
beautiful shot.
Yep. This is obviously the more traditional way of playing the short pattern.
Yeah,
this
right
is
up
where you're going to see
right
the quality players all up the gutter. Definitely, getting the ball out of the pattern at around 5 board on a 36-foot pattern.
Yeah, very rare will you see players play in unless they throw it, directly at the gutter like a cheetah.
Something, yeah. Or you run onto you're bowling on old surface too, like old wood. Sometimes we've had to play inside.
Like
Skyway. We happened at Laurentian too at a nationals a few years ago, before they went to synthetic overlay.
Oh, got a good
another good break
there.
on the 6.
Let's see how Michaela Mitchell answers here. She bowls at a Bowl-Rama Royale. I believe she's one of the youngest females to have a 300 game. If not the youngest.
I think she has the record, if I remember. No. Oh, female. Correct.
Female.
Yes,
Yeah, she was, I think, 15 years of age when she did it. That's quite
Wow.
impressive.
Yeah. Oh,
and a good
nice kick on the
mixer up
7.
there. Both players are getting their equal share of good breaks this game.
No, they're playing, they've got room, they've got area where they are. They can make a little mistake and still strike.
Yeah. So we're even after 4 frames. Michaela Mitchell up in the 5th, trying to increase her lead by 10. And a great shot there.
Awesome shot.
After the fortunate break in the 2nd frame, she throws 2 good quality shots.
Yeah.
That's got to feel good.
Yeah.
Taking advantage of that.
Yeah. Probably made a nice little adjustment. Bumped the dry a little earlier.
See how Timothy answers here.
Another solid shot. Yeah, absolutely.
None of these players are.
No one's backing them.
No, they're giving it a
throwing haymakers.
Yeah. See, I'm excited as a commentating these types of matches. They're exciting. They're always thrilling.
Absolutely. When they're throwing strikes, it's just makes the game more exciting. And they're throwing clutch shots. That's the best part. You're seeing both of them at potentially their best.
Yeah, we're going back and forth.
Yep.
It looked like that he pulled that.
Yeah. Yep.
Looked like he got that a little. He was a little fast.
Yep.
Of the makeables there though. Nothing that won't hurt him.
Didn't hurt.
Picks it up, keeps him clean. So if Michaela Mitchell strikes here, she'll increase her lead to 11 pins. Which you're 6 frames in, you have an 11-pin lead. You really can't take the foot off the gas.
No, one miss and an even match again. So definitely got to keep the pressure on.
And she keeps the pressure on. The 8-pin almost didn't want to fall there. That was pretty close.
That was like the X shot.
Now if she strikes here, she'll increase it to 21. Now, if you're Timothy, if she strikes here, that make you think a little bit more, knowing that you need to strike until.
It really shouldn't, because he is obviously he's lined up, and at double now, and he's right back in it. So he really can't do any. You don't want to do anything different in this situation. He's right there. Just got to throw quality shots like he's been doing. And,
yeah. Kim Mitchell comes up a little bit light. It almost looks like she got that a little bit right of where she was targeting. But nonetheless, makeable spare.
Yeah.
And at her level, spares like that just
It
you know, they're
should
just
be
easy.
automatic.
Yeah. I want a tough break there, leaving the 7-pin. I think his side's now, since he's the only lefty, he's kind of creating himself his own transition.
He potentially has got a little bit of push down the lane now. So again, with 34, if I remember correctly, no, 33 was a tighter lane. So
Yeah.
could be coming. 34 could be coming to 33 a little bit. So you want to make just a little adjustment out there with speed. You don't want to, obviously, you don't want to do anything drastic. You don't want to give up that shot he's got.
He's controlling the front to back very nicely. If anything, it's just maybe a minor hand position change.
And the one thing we've seen on that pair is that big bump on the gutter. So
covers up the spare nicely. Both players are clean through 7 frames. That's pretty impressive. We're seeing them at a really high level. So we got a 10-pin match going into the 8th frame. That's only a mark.
That's it.
That's
it.
it.
One double.
No, you can't lose focus from here on out at all.
No, he still has to execute. Both players have been throwing really good quality shots too. Still come up high.
Yeah, it looks like he's seen just a small minor, maybe a little bit of hook in the fronts. You know, he had you then, it looks like a mastermind, Brunswick mastermind with a little bit of surface. So that surface could be burning up already in the front part of the lane.
Yeah, absolutely. And using such a weak piece, you don't really need to make that big of an adjustment because you don't want to give the pocket away.
No, exactly. These are going to be 2 crucial frames here for Michaela. If she can double here, it definitely forces Timothy to throw the next 4.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like both players are starting to get a little bit of push down on that lane.
Yeah, Michaela, she's using what it looks like a storm pitch black, so that is urethane, so her moves aren't going to be as drastic either with a urethane ball.
No.
Comes up the spin nicely. I think here, you know, if she can throw a strike, that would definitely, you know, give her a little bit more confidence going into the 10th frame.
Yeah, and it'll put a little bit of pressure on Daniel, knowing too that if she sets it up, he's probably going to have to at least, the very least, double.
Oh, 100%.
And probably triple.
Oh, she comes up light again.
Yeah, gets away with it.
Good thing she's been throwing some really good shots, but I think she's more zoned in on 34, so she's going to be pretty tough to beat now.
Yeah.
Let's see what Timothy move here is. Maybe look for him to make just a small speed adjustment here.
Potentially, yeah. Definitely needs to strike. Wow. That was a
shot
frozen
there.
rope to the pocket.
He threw that like he wanted it
Yeah,
to strike.
absolutely. It was good to see. Very real confident stroke.
So Michaela have a max of 257, where Timothy have a max of 247 if they strike out. I think we're above par. I said 220, 230, but
Yeah,
these
it's
opponents are just throwing it back and forth.
very easily see 250, 240. No, good shot.
Great shot by Timothy there. Unfortunately, leaving the 7-pin. He picks up the spare, strike, shoots 227. That'll force Michaela to get a mark in the first frame, in the 10th frame. Still must cover their 7.
Yeah, trick too, not to lose focus on the spare, even though he's in a tough position. You never know what's going to happen in the 10th for Michaela, so.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
Cover the spare nicely. Another strike here, I still think it's pretty vital. Give them 227, and that definitely forces her to mark.
Yeah, with her having the strike up, if she goes 9 for the frame,
that still
yeah,
give their 225.
25.
Yeah.
So definitely a 9 count here forces her to mark.
Did look like Timothy did make the right move on 33. Just we've all experienced those bad breaks.
Yep. Yeah, he definitely doesn't want to walk away from this thinking he bowled a bad game. He threw some really, really great shots.
He's all over the head pin.
Yep. Oh.
Gets 8, 225. So all Michaela needs the mark to advance. 9.
Nine to tie.
If she goes 9 miss, it's a tie.
Yep.
She's not wasting any time.
No, you don't want to. She's lined up. She knows she just has to execute and throw a good shot.
She knew that right off her hand. That was,
great shot.
like I say, coming in clutch.
Yep. That's the thing too. When you're confident, you don't need to waste time up there and think about it. Just go up there and do your pre-shot routine and then execute.
So we have a winner, Michaela Mitchell, beating Timothy Chow. She had the potential at 257. I say she's going to do it. And Timothy with a well-bowled game at 225. It's tough knowing that you've thrown a really good game and you've still lost.
Still lost. And it happens. You know, you're bowling a quality opponent, so you just never know sometimes.
You were watching the stepladder finals from Woodbridge Ybowl, otherwise known as Splitsville. We're just finishing up here in the first stepladder match. Michaela Mitchell is your victor. She's victorious. She will now bowl David Giroux. Excited for this match. David throw the really good. Michaela throw the really good. They've both been around the YBT for numerous years now, so they both know what it takes to win. I will be back with you momentarily. We'll try. Hi, welcome back. This is our semi-final match. We have Mikhail Mitchell against David Giroux. Mikhail Mitchell elected to lead off. That didn't look like your best quality shot.
Not a good shot. But got a good break on the 10. Only a 3-pin spare now.
Now, both of these bowlers, they've been bowling YBT for numerous years. I don't think we're going to see any really nerves or jitters between these two. They're just going to get up there, do their own thing.
Probably similar to the last match we saw. A lot of good shots.
I'm interested to see where David's playing. He started on this pair earlier today, so he might have a rough idea of what this pair does.
In practice, he's definitely trying inside a little more. Not so much inside, but playing it in the track area.
All right, this is David, first shot, semi-final match. He was good, throwing pins around left, right, and center there. We got some deadwood now. That looks like a good quality shot for David.
Nice, yep. Lots of action on that shot.
Hey guys, look at it. Look at it. Commentate on it. I just want to find here sometimes for Edwin and Chuck. This is one. I take care.
right, and we got the Deadwood cleared, so another short little break. David's just got a routine 7-pin, basically automatic. Oh, that's an early mistake from David. Usually, that might have just been a little lack of concentration or just
lack
a
of
little
focus.
weight.
And, yep. Looked like he's been having some trouble with the approach as well.
I look for him to make a quality shot here to bounce right back though. Coming up a little bit light, leaving the 8-pin. Looks like his ball's just not kind of seeing the pattern the right way.
It's not picking up the lane. Needs to pick it up a little earlier, so probably needs to make a little adjustment right.
Yeah, it looks like he's trying to use too much lateral definition, you know, instead of the front to back.
Another, I don't know, looks more like he's having trouble with his ball.
Yeah, like maybe a tape issue.
Tape it,
I'm not really familiar with the tape issue, but it's very rare, unorthodox to see David start off with 9 open, 9 open. There's Michaela Mitchell, back doing her own thing.
Yep, after a not so good first shot, but a great second shot.
And this is where the best take advantage. When your opponent gives you back-to-back open, this is where they excel.
You want to shut the door as fast as you can.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I expect for her to put another good quality shot here and extend the lead.
And it just gives you that little extra confidence to throw a really good shot too, knowing that you're in control.
It's a little left. No, that wasn't her best. That almost looked like her first shot.
Yeah.
A little fast, a little rush. But she's a really good spare shooter. She is definitely automatic for her.
Yeah, if you're not striking and the opponent's missing some easy spares, clean is always good.
Michaela's already off to a 22-pin lead. Only 2 frames. That's still quite a bit, but still definitely not out by any means.
Definite comfort level there, though, too. Push that one right.
It looks like he moved a little further right, but he also got the ball a little right, a little quicker.
Yep.
And that just didn't have a chance to recover at all.
He doesn't look comfortable on the approach right now.
Look for him to try and get the ball on the left side of the head pin to get the head pin and take out that 10-pin. I was not expecting
this kind of start. Not at all.
No, definitely not from David. I've had the pleasure of bowling with him a couple of times in the YBTs, and he's just as fiery as Michaela. He likes to win and he doesn't like to lose.
Is he a collegiate bowler or is he?
No, he is not a collegiate bowler. A better shot there by David. I'm not exactly sure what he does. He's definitely been bowling for a while. I want to say he's a really good golfer. He dresses the part. It's almost like a Ricky Fowler.
Ricky, not quite as bright though.
Looks like that right lane for Michaela. That one kind of stopped a little bit further down lane, so maybe it's breaking down just a tad for her again. what's good about her is she's not giving away the head pin.
No,
At all.
her shots they're not terrible shots. She's definitely not giving away the pocket. Ooh, she gave one back there, but
It's definitely not the match I was expecting.
No, it's not
you know,
the start.
Some open frames early, and they're just not repeating like they usually do.
They both look like they're struggling a little bit.
Yeah, it looks like both of these lanes. I'm not. That one looked like she threw it a little bit better.
It looked better, but it hooked up a little more aggressively for a fast 8.
I don't see her missing 2 in a row, so I expect her to get back to being clean and figuring out these next couple shots she's about to throw.
Yeah, solid spare.
So if Dave strikes, you only have through 4 frames an 11-pin match, which after opening the first 3 frames, you would not expect to be down 11 pins after 4 frames.
That's definitely a key shot. And if it's a good solid hit, obviously he's playing the right. He's got his line. It's just a matter of execution. Oh, big break on the 2.
Asking it for it to recover, and that looked almost just as right as the last shot, but
yeah.
fortunate enough to just touch the head pin. We got an 11-pin match. He's right back in it.
Absolutely.
He can cut the lead down to 1 here with the strike. Comes up a little bit late, leaving the 2-8.
Looks like he got a little quick with that one.
Probably really put a little bit of pressure on just to throw that one good.
Yeah.
Let's see if he gets out of this a little bit cleaner.
Definitely a better second shot.
All right, we got 13-pin match here. Michaela leads by 13 going into the 6th frame. I expect her to know the moves here and throw a really good shot.
Yeah, I look for her to make a good adjustment and throw a quality shot.
And yeah, right there. That's exactly what she did. Her speed looked a little bit faster. She looked a little bit more confident throwing that one.
Absolutely.
Another really good shot there by Michaela.
Yeah.
Increasing her lead to 23 now.
Yeah, looks like she made a little move left on that lane. Down on the hook.
She's been around. She's bowled a lot of camps. She's been around a lot of smart people. She's pretty knowledgeable for her age, I'd say.
Absolutely.
And mature.
A lot of experience already, which is incredible. Like you said, at her age, it's amazing.
David not giving up.
Nope. Good shot there.
He knows what it takes. by 23. David can cut it down to just 13 with a strike here.
Oh,
And he
great
got a really
shot.
good kick on the 10 pin there. I think David's more lined up, more comfortable where he's throwing it.
Absolutely. His last 3 of his last 4 shots have been good quality shots.
I expect them to really finish strong here and put a little bit more pressure on Michaela.
Definitely like his body language, looking very positive right now.
Michaela with another nice shot. Going into the 9th, 23 pin lead for Michaela. You know, if she gets this one here, I think it's really good for her. That way she knows she's not shut out.
Yeah.
You know, the ball's in her court, she can get there and put them away in the 10th. She threw that one with a lot of authority there.
Yeah, another good shot.
Well, after being down 20, he's down 23 pins. I'd say it's safe to say he definitely needs the first 3. David up in the 9th frame, working on a double. Must strike situation.
Missed inside a little bit.
Looks like he threw that one into the ground a little bit more. That one actually saw the lane earlier.
Picked up faster, yep.
It looks like Michaela is going to be your winner again.
In the finals.
She wants to run the stepladder, it looks like.
Yeah, it definitely looks tough to beat. Well, we got another lefty. This time a 2-handed lefty. One of your brothers.
Yeah, he just happens to throw it from the other side, but nonetheless, he puts his other hand on the ball, and we accomplish a lot of speed, a lot of pin carry, and, well, in others' eyes, we cheat.
Yeah.
We cheat, so I look forward to this next match. Obviously, you know who I'm going to be rooting for.
All right,
Gotta stick with my 2-handers,
yeah.
but Michaela is looking like really hard to beat.
She's going to be tough to beat. She's definitely lined up on this pair.
And David's probably thinking to himself, why did I not start with methane?
Yep.
But
yep.
nonetheless, he didn't give up, and he stuck with her for a little bit.
Yeah, well, the trick is you put this in your notebook for future reference, and you know you get into a situation where you're bowling on a short pattern. When you're getting this late in the day with some carry down and push down, it's something to put away. Like I mentioned before, you're always trying to learn something, take something with you, even though it's a loss. You save it, mark it down in your mental notebook, and bring it back for later use in a situation.
Couldn't agree more. So we will have Jacob Bowden, 2-handed lefty, versus Michaela Mitchell, both of which are on Junior Team Canada. So this should be a really exciting match. Stay tuned, and we'll get you that coverage. final match. Jacob Bowden, top seed, elects to lead off. If you guys are just tuning in, this is the final match of the YBT here in Woodbridge. We have Zach Wilkins, and yeah, I'm gonna say it again, 50-50 winner, Ray. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Look at the pin action on that though.
Oh, it's a great shot. There's no two ways about it. Absolutely.
The two-handed, it's hard to describe because they just create so much power, and their pin carries way higher than a lot of people, which is, so when they're lined up, it's pretty tough to beat.
It's tough to beat, absolutely.
So when you're as lined up as Michaela,
Yep.
it's hard to beat. She's gone 257, 227, and I expect it's no different here.
Something in the same range, probably again. Yep.
And what's cool with these two bowlers is both of them have a lot of international experience under their belt. Jacob is just coming off bowling his first ever international at T of A.
And then junior gold as well.
Yeah, junior gold, yeah. And Michaela traveling, all around the world.
Yeah.
So
a little fast on that lane.
So these two, I expect to see really good quality shots and possibly really high scores here.
Yeah, for sure.
Good cover there by Michaela. Keeps her clean through two.
Good work, Gus.
Hi, sorry about that. We just had Michaela got 23 in her first frame, so she's trying to cheat just like Jacob already. So,
Gave her 3 pins handicap for some reason.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, but well, I'm surprised that that actually got back earlier on in the day. If that ball was to get that far left to the gutter or right, depending which hand you throw, that would either pick up the 10-pin clean or that was you're getting 0.
Yeah, we saw that down at the low end earlier on the fresh. Whenever anybody did miss right or left and hit like the extreme one board, that the ball just recovered unbelievably, almost too much, just like that shot. So.
Oh, and an early open for Jake here.
It'd be interesting to ask him after if the lefty who bowled here previously, if he's seeing anything different than what he's bowled on all day with any sort of transition.
Yeah, 100%. Both two different styles, but they almost play the same part of the lane. Let's see if Jake here can rebound after that early open.
Looks like he missed in, but got a great break.
Yeah, that one looked got a little antsy up there. Just wanted to try and make that shot work and pulled it. But yeah, like you said, fortunate enough to not leave a big four or something that's now makeable.
Yep. Oh, a miss again.
That's too early opens from Jake.
Yeah.
That's Michaela Mitchell, for the person asking, she is using the pitch black, the Storm pitch black.
Yeah.
That's exactly what
Great
I
shot.
expected from Michaela to do after those two opens. She's going to take full advantage of these and try to shut the door in the match real early to take the victory.
Match is looking somewhat similar to the last match we had with David and his early opens.
Yeah, exactly. No, it's really cool about these two bowlers is both of them are in college. They've yet to go to the United States to bowl, and we now have the first collegiate program
in Canada. Yeah.
So look for these two to possibly attend Georgian College next year and bowl collegiately.
Be a good strong start to a rookie team.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And Michaela stays clean through 4 frames. She already had a 23-pin lead with Jacob going up here in the 4th.
Yeah, he'll really have to settle down now and throw some quality shots to get himself back into the match.
Yeah, especially against Michaela. Michaela doesn't look like she's going to throw many bad shots this game. She's been all around the head pin. That ball just doesn't look like it, if he gets it too far left, it sees it too quick, and then if he misses in, it just looks like it hydroplanes a little.
Yeah.
So he either needs to be a little bit straighter with that ball and a little bit faster, or he just needs to definitely make a ball change and try to find himself in the right area.
Yeah, there's definitely, it looks like a little bit of push down on the left side now. I would think he should make a little move left, straighten up through the fronts, and let that ball recover. I think he's got the right piece in his hand. It's just playing the right part of the lane at the moment.
And there are many times us as bowlers, we're stubborn like that.
Absolutely, yeah. We are our own worst enemies at some time.
There are many times, you just want to be in this area because you just love it so much and you don't want to be out of your comfort zone, but sometimes you got to do that. See if he makes a move here.
Looks like he did make a little move left there.
That was a really good shot there. Definitely a big shot there for Jake. That'll definitely make you feel a little bit more comfortable where he is.
Settle him down. If Kalis just stays clean and doesn't throw any strings at him, he's definitely got a chance.
Another good shot by Michaela. She's zoned in on 34. I think she's only missed once, and I feel like she has a really good blueprint of what that lane is doing.
I think that lane, too, being a little more open than 33, there is that you got room out there. It looks like she may have missed a hit right with that, but when it exited the pattern, it definitely hit with a lot of power.
Oh, and a good break there for Michaela, tripping the floor, increases their lead to 33 pins. Just putting the pressure on early in all of these matches.
Yep. Yeah, Jake's definitely got to come out with a good shot here.
Yeah, he definitely made a move on that one.
Yeah,
and,
left again. Yeah, nice kick on the 10.
Looks like he's almost lined up like that quickly.
Yeah. Now the trick is to stay within himself and stay focused on executing on a good shot.
Back down to 23 pins. Jacob working on a double here in the fixed frame. And close the lead to 13 pins here with a strike. Another good shot there by Jake.
Great shot.
Looks like he made the move, and now he's just going to put it on autopilot and just go from there.
She didn't like that one, but
it held line, and she remains perfect on that right lane. Her ball is just doing the right thing at the right time. Absolutely.
When you can make a miss like that and still strike, you're definitely got the right piece in your hand and you're playing the right part of the lane.
Back to a 23-pin lead here for Michaela Mitchell. Working on a triple going into the fourth, or going into the 8th frame. Good kick on the 10 there. You know what we call that, Bobby? That's a ham bone.
Ham bone.
Let's see if we can get a double ham bone. That'd be pretty exciting. And that'd make for an exciting 9th and 10th finish. It's almost time for a much strike here for Jake.
Yeah, Jake almost needs to keep pace because Michaela can still miss and double and still win. So she controls her own destiny, but Jake's got to try to keep that heat on.
Exactly. Oh. Little weak 7 there. Looks like he got a little bit fast. Saw that shim there a little bit earlier and just didn't get the break on it.
No. And that's a kick sometimes too with the urethane balls on the short pattern. You get the push down. It doesn't take much to leave up a flat 7 or a flat 10.
Needs to cover their spare to have any chance at beating Michaela.
Good start. But he's in trouble now.
Yeah, and the night we got a 34-pin match lead here. Basically, Michaela, like you said, controlled their own destiny.
Yeah, those too early missed bears are going to prove costly now.
Like we said earlier in the broadcast, strike for show, spare for dough.
Yep.
A tough break, leaving a ring 7. That basically
That's
almost
almost the match.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know, Jake's only got a max at 205. Michaela's already pacing 220. You know, for any hope for Jake, you gotta hope Michaela goes open, and I don't see that happening. Yeah, if Michaela marks here, it's game over.
Yep. Yeah. Potential to go for 260 and a nice, be about
That'd be
a
a
750 set or so.
Yeah, that's a nice 3-game series. She's pretty familiar with those big sets.
Yeah.
Still locked in on that lane.
Great
That's
shot. That's an
There's
awesome
your winner
shot.
there, folks. Michaela Mitchell, your YBT winner at Woodbridge. I'd like to see her get the 260.
I would too. Be nice to finish out.
257,
Always-
227, and a 260.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Always
Huge.
good to finish out on a high note, especially ending with an 8-bagger.
8-baggers are nice. There it is.
Great ball.
Wow. Well, I guess your pick came victorious.
All
My
right.
pick tried to come back, make a late charge, but fortunately failed. But we would like to thank you for watching. Your winner, Michaela Mitchell. Second place, Jacob Bowden. I'm Zach Wilkins. Joining me with Ray Vervank. Thank you, Ray, for stepping in for a couple hours.
My pleasure. It's been a lot of fun.
And hopefully we'll see you at the next YBT. We've just been told that Cole Seitz has won the B division and Carla Padilla won the C division. So congrats to those bowlers. And tune in next month and watch some good scores. See you guys later. Holy cow. That's tough to beat out there. Yeah.
Well, that's what they do when they're supposed to be coaching. Or when you guys are right? While you guys are coaching, yeah, it's a pretty interesting setup.